No. Oh, don't pay me any. Just lay out.
Shall not be forgiven.
again. Allow me, you are unable prevented the thorns. A husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then, and guide. If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that, is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I ask you, please, as one who deny not those who would when the land... You have inherited the frenzied flame. A pity. You are no longer fit. Our journey together ends here. And remember, should you rise as the Lord of Chaos, I will kill you. As sure as night follows day, such is my duty. For allowing you the strength of runes. Goodbye, my companion. Goodbye, Torrent.
someone their customer? Well...
Zoom in, please. Zoom. Zoom back. Tilt, and then zoom. Tilt, then zoom. Wave. Zoom out, zoom back in, please. Zoom in more. New segment.
Oh, am I? Are you here as a customer? Oh, is there anything wrong? I'm afraid I'm...
Take a look around. Don't worry. I'll continue, which is why at his roots he won't last his shackle, his high top.
Oh, now.
stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity. I knew in my bones.
Heresy. All thing. Oh, very well. 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 Heresy. All thing. To experience absolution. You know it's a famed when he glimpsed and as such. You know it a famed when he glimpsed and as such. Is there something? Is there some?
Go and unshut traps in this. I can kill in the pox.
Merlin, I presume. Oh, and I'm up. If you come to, I am after you told me. Raise territory. When the Rhea look after Levkarians, I conjure that is why pursue.
What is it you to deny like the dog? You are, I am, but they call me, yet you Have you ever when the first God wins out there is an and I must before the time? When God but another and I must before the my hand will you still? This is how did you my with this and claim you and though I can I hold I will soon and it with a new life as the rulees brandished stay by becoming. This is good, but I choose and I will who will inherit what great. This but I choose and I will bear who will inherit what greater. This is but I choose and I will bear who will inherit what great.
So I decided I've only perhaps. Well, I must. Well, I must.
Oh, a pleasure. I'd hoped. A strapping. Don't fret. Should you accept, I will teach. I need your. Her name? Resting? Oh, as promised. Go on. Now let me. Well, the work of a. Can you give as well, mate? Can as well, mate? Can you give me as well made as it is? Thank you for giving the. And Esther, you've been as thank of the lost. Oh, indeed. It seems them. However, no. As I've is to be. There are countless bests to choose from.
We meet again. Truth is Scarlet as such, though rather I realize that I could have aided. Are you giving me? I think it might be. If it might be perhaps.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully? What you going to? Some clue. You were just. Thank you. I was pushed and I ended up. Oh, when they. And so this is all I hope. Or I couldn't then. Right, I'm. Right, I'm. I've let you down.
Tarnished, are we? I am sad. Why are you here? Well, but one must. I was as a reviver. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate. What's this sorcery, my? The Master Azure was a founding Glintstone, a stern judge of men. You make us both. We can speak more. If you recall, it was for a tether toothless. I want no matter what, my apprentice teacher. But hear me out. I need your help. Perhaps. Splendid. This pleases me. You must have a I need your help. Master Lusat is another, and like Master is my apprentice. Can with this Glintstone key. I need him to. Who could have guessed? You have my gratitude. I am truly. This is a. This brings us a full. The bodies of Master. If only I could. Our art draws. But what is the Glintstone? Golden amp. Wild glint should not be. The Glintstone fact lost. Your appetite for learning. You make me proud. You. My apprentice, I have a fate. The form you see before my body is imprisoned. Can you make the? I have something. prize star, someone myself. This.
I've explained of the ancient whatever you...
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. Ah, is it thy to become? Be not, and I would burn.
right, mate? Oh, alright, well, but it ain't my anyway. Lucky she ain't You're tarnished too. Can you see it then? I can't see it. Makes no blood, cruel bloody. Maybe some theatriums. Never met someone with a taste for prawn. We'd make good mates. I'll be seeing you.
Wait, well, you're... Goodbye for now.
Zoom in, please. Zoom. Zoom back. Tilt, and then zoom. Tilt, then zoom. Wave. Zoom out. Zoom back in, please. Zoom in more. New segment.
Lord of frenzied flame. I will seek you as far as you may travel. To deliver you what is yours. Destined death.